The deal here. Oh, it is working. Oh, okay. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully, everyone had a wonderful day yesterday. It looked like a pretty, fairly low impact day for 24-point range. Not really anything too crazy going on. A little bit of upside and then downside after that. But let's do what we always do and zoom out. We're going to go ahead and switch to the monthly here. Extended hours are off. So if we take a peek at the monthly here, and you can see we're basically kind of right at the open for the monthly. Monthly open was 41.84. Market's trading 41.75 half right now, so pretty close to about that same spot. Let me know if you guys can't hear me. It should be working. So, on the monthly, you can see that we're kind of having this little breakout, right? We're one time framing up on the monthly. This is the first sign of that. We've been range bound or trading in a balance for a while. We've got 1 month going up here. Second month made a higher high, and this month also made a higher high. That high being 42.06 quarter, right? So if once we get to the daily chart, I'll show you exactly right where that's at. But that's actually where the gap originally started. We traded in a previous month up to that 42.08 half. That's this month right here. So this stopped right at a previous gap up. So a very interesting look. We have kind of this peak above the previous month's high, and we're back inside the previous month. There's a lot of news coming out. Morning, Jamie. There's a lot of news coming out this week, right? Naturally, so we're kind of expecting a little bit of volatility coming into tomorrow. Maybe a little bit comes into today, but mostly tomorrow. I think a lot of people are. That's kind of where they're looking or where they're expecting to see the volatility come into the market. As am I. Going ahead and switching over to the weekly here, you can see we're still kind of remaining in this weekly balance, right? We've had this look below the previous week. We kind of came back to the top. Now we've looked above here. Not a very big look. We're kind of back here, back down. So we're still gonna be kind of assuming that this weekly balance here. You can see we did trade up a little bit towards the swing high, this 42.08 half. I'm not sharing in Discord. Oh, my bad. Here, let me share in Discord. Go. But for the most part, the market on the weekly basis remains in a coiling posture, kind of still. We've just yet to see that breakout, right? And the first step, it should be sharing now. The first step when we do get a breakout of balance is to go with any breakout or monitor the breakout for a continuation. So that's going to be something that we want to pay attention to and see if this market is going to be going. So if you look back here, and this was on a weekly basis, you can see it as well. This is a 42.06 quarter, which is the same high as yesterday, 42.06 quarter. The same spot that this gap starts up, right? This actually got above it by 2 points, but it traded right to this exact same high. So very interesting look. We're still monitoring this equilibrium here. What's going on with the lines down here? I might have been doing, those are the back test lines. I'll delete them later. But that's still, this still kind of, we're getting up to this spot and still just not even being able to push through yet. So we're still going to monitor this weekly balance. Switching over to the daily now. You can see on the daily we are one time framing up 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row now. We had kind of traded sideways, looked above, traded below, looked above, right? So we're a little bit zoomed in at this point. We can see the volume is, it's increasing volume on the way down and then also increasing on the way up. Yeah, it's not, not exactly more, but we're just paying attention really when you're looking at volume. If you start getting into the exact numbers, you're really just going to be, kind of digging too deep. And sometimes that's some problems that people run into, right? They start to pay, uh, it's like you pay too much attention, right? You get too granular with your trading, and it can really kind of throw you off. The key is that it's just above the standard deviation of 5-day volume, so it's still an increasing amount of volume. And you can see all the moving averages right here. Nice little red, white, and blue, just kind of floating up. Let's go ahead and switch to the profiles here. Get a little bit more granular. So we can see as yesterday, let's get the get the settlement real quick. Settle was 85.75. Go ahead and keep this one here. What was the last? 79.50. Okay. So, what we can really kind of see here, we get this move up, we're kind of looking above this previous swing high, right? We build some value up here, but unfortunately, volume doesn't follow it, right? So we spend a lot of time up here, a lot of time above the initial balance. The market says, I don't know if I'm willing to do those trades up there. We come back down and settle at just above the open, right? Settle just above the open. Now today, during Globex, we've traded a little bit lower. You've got overnight inventory pretty much 100% net short. Also trading on the low of Globex as of right now. And we're seeing, a really tight range for Globex comparatively to previous Globex ranges, right? If we toss these on, we did have one Monday, but for the most part, we've been having some fairly larger sized Globex ranges. This is just indicative of, in my opinion, the market's just kind of waiting on Wednesday, right? They're just like, oh well, Wednesday we're gonna have some economic data. We're gonna have the big data, which is gonna be Powell, and then I'm pretty sure we also have Apple earnings. What, Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. So nothing really too crazy there. But really kind of everyone's just holding their breath on Powell. The market has been pricing in rate cuts and slowing down and this and that. We've been pretty diligent here in the trade room, making sure that we pay attention to what Powell's actually saying and kind of staying aboard, or at least keeping an open mind to help us maintain perspective that Powell has been saying that he's going to continue to tighten as long as it's necessary. And so we really haven't abandoned that idea. I think a lot of people in the market may have. Yesterday, there might have been some news involved in the pullback, right? Janet Yellen came out, so the market might default on like May 10th or something like that. I guess we'll see. A lot of people think that's never going to happen, and I'm kind of inclined to go along with that because I feel like we're almost always discussing this. Is the market gonna is the US gonna default? And it almost never does. So we'll have to wait and see. As far as the plan goes today, I'm really just going to be looking to see if we're going to kind of maintain this breakout, right? We had this little 3-day balance. That 3-day balance high is around 70, and that's kind of where I'd like to see the market hold, even if we, we're opening up on a gap. But that's where like kind of the first sign of buyers, this 65-70 area. If we get some continuation, if the market opens up, we do want to pay attention and look for an overnight inventory correction right away, right? Typically, overnight traders happen to be weaker handed traders. And so, they can kind of get bought up pretty easily or spooked out and maybe start to cover. We do have a little bit of resistance up here. Let's see. Around the 85, 86 area. That's yesterday's settle, right? Above that, really just above the 83. And you can kind of see here this weak spot in this distribution. Really, if the market climbs up above that, you're really looking probably to test back towards that 4,200 area as an area, of that's been resistance above that 4,200. It's interesting to me that the market actually held up here all day yesterday without liquidating. If we look back, you can really kind of see every time that we've been up here, we've got a liquidation, got a nice tail. We do have a tail, but it's a lot higher this time. And then value is also built a lot higher. It's the first time we've built value up this high. So that's one key thing that I'll be monitoring today. Should we get below this 75 or 70-65 area, the market starts to kind of turn bearish and we start to get accepted back into this lower balance. And then, of course, the target will be this point of control, basically this largest volume area, and that's down that 4150 happens to be a pretty large gamma level as well. Pulling up the gamma levels here. You can see here, and this is just the total gamma. So make it a little bit easier to look at. It's kind of hard. There we go. We've got a pretty big wall here at the 4180, and then also a big level at 4175. So if the market's able to climb up above this 4180, 4175, I am kind of expecting some upside. If we turn this to total, you can see we've got put gamma running all the way up to that 4210. All right, lots of call gamma up there as well. The biggest level being that 4190, 4190. So that's going to be kind of the resistance. So we may just stay range bound here between 4150 and 4190 until tomorrow. We're trading 4170, 4176 right now. So we got about 25 points basically on both sides heading into today. Morning, Roach. Yeah, so this is, I mean, that's pretty much it. We had a pretty quiet day yesterday. The economic data we've got at 10, so top of the hour, we've got factory orders, jolts, which may be a little bit of a market mover, 10:15. We've got vehicle sales. So we may get a little bit of volatility at the top of the hour. Like I said, the first thing that we're going to be looking for is that overnight inventory correction right away. We're opening a little bit lower, probably 10 handles below the settle. So we'll probably see a little bit negative breath, maybe a little bit of a negative settle. So pay attention to these sector boxes here. Those will be key. And as far as other trades that we have going, Long the Australian dollar, long the Canadian dollar, long the euro, long the yen, which was a mistake apparently. I'd have to flatten that bad boy out today. Still holding a gold short, which is doing really well. Still holding a silver short, which is doing really well. And then I got into a 10-year long today. It's doing okay. And then also 5-year long that's doing okay. Also looking at the 2-year out today, but didn't get filled, so missed the position. Morning, Tobias. Yeah, other than that, we've got about 7 minutes until the market opens up. Now's the time you want to be finalizing your plan, doing what you need to do in order to make sure that you're going to be on track today. Make sure you're not going to do any kind of impulse craziness, and get ready for the day. Ready to manage risk and stick to your trade plan, right? Interesting here too. Also, the Dow is going to be opening up lower, like on a gap similar to the ES, but the Nasdaq is basically opening up in center of the range from yesterday. So Nasdaq kind of looking a little bit less weak to start the session. And I'll be right back, guys. All right. VIX also trading up a little bit. 16, traded down 15.5 yesterday, so VIX is trading up a little bit. Apple's basically trading center of the range. Same with Tesla. Everything else, for the most part, kind of just looks normal. How was everyone's day yesterday? Nice. Yeah, not really. Unless the army's gonna pay for it. That's the only reason we're about all of our shit. Yeah, I mean, there's always gonna be opportunity to get new stuff. Really. Yeah. All right, there's the open. Oh, this weekend. Oh, okay. Well, let's see what we get here, right? We open up with a fairly negative tick. We've got a pretty negative breath here. NASDAQ looks a little bit better than the ES, right? We talked about that. It's opening up inside the previous day's range. You get some decent offers coming in right off the bat. So, more or less, looks like some trying for continuation here off of the open to the downside, right? To, kind of continue with the overnight auction. Sector boxes opening up fairly red for the most part. Financials already down a big chunk here. There goes the Globex low. Pretty solid offer all the way down right there, to be honest. Like, look at that offer on the way down, and it's pretty consistent. Dow's making a low, but the Nasdaq's on the high here. Along the 70-50 right here against the low. Let's just try and see if they can fail this. It looks like they've got it. Maybe not. You can see the 70 quarters getting sold pretty good here. Yeah, I think these sellers got this low. Yeah, trying pretty consistently. Okay. You may want to just flatten out for break even if you're in the similar trade. You're basically flat right now. These sellers do look like they're moving down here. Nasdaq's still looking pretty strong here. So more offers trying to move down and trying to get stuck, it looks like. Not trying to get stuck, but getting stuck, I guess you could say. The big offer above you at like 73 quarter, 74 half, like those are some the 400 lot offers that came in there. A little try at the upside and gets failed. You got a bunch of buyers kind of stuck now, 71. A lot of offering. Yeah. And this is kind of right in that buy area that I was looking for talking about this morning. This 70 to 65 area is kind of an area where I'm really kind of looking for these buyers to show up. Um, it looked like we got a little bit of short covering at the 70, tried it there, right? Got stopped out for a couple ticks. But I really am kind of looking to, massage a position in here. Even though we do have kind of a negative breath and stuff, it just seems doesn't seem as strong to the downside as it looks, at least to me. Yeah, yeah. If the Nasdaq, especially if the Nasdaq starts to catch up, then I'll kind of abandon that idea. We do have some stuck shorts down there, like 67 half, and now looking on 69. It looks like. Still getting some decent volume down here. Back to the 70 area. NASDAQ heading a little bit lower here now. While the ES and the Dow try to climb. Dow's actually climbing up pretty decent here. No buyers showing up though. Now some sellers start showing on the 70 again. Yeah, I have a buy zone on the NASDAQ from like 66 to 59, that 266 to 259. Yeah, if it loses 70, we should probably see that 60. A lot of offers coming in down here at the low. You're kind of seeing them offer this 67 half again. They really need to try to offer it lower, else they're going to be getting stuck. You see, if we pop back up against 70 again, we probably head back to 72. That's where that last bid got trapped, and then we kind of see does that bid, try to rebid, or are they just going to cover and bail out here? Remember, we do have news at the top of the hour too, so in about 15 minutes. Look at the sector boxes too. Financials getting, excuse me, beat up pretty bad here. That First Republic or First National Bank FNC or whatever still is taking a seismic beating. I think most likely, not that it was on purpose that they want them to fail, but it's like if you're Walmart and you move into a neighborhood or a new city where the mom and pop stores are, pretty well respected, everyone buys their groceries and stuff there. If they start to go out of business, you're not like, oh dang, you went out of business, sorry. You're like, let's see how low you can go until I come in and say, hey, you want a helping hand? How about I buy everything that you have? You forgot about the news yesterday? Yeah, I'm long the Nasdaq from 72 quarter. Yeah, it came right down to 65.75 though. Yeah, I had my zone at 65.75 or 66.75. 66 flat actually. I'm looking at the low. It's like right in front of the zone to 59. So here's that 70 level again, and watch to see if there's a little bit of short covering here. It takes us up to the 72, and this is a kind of a key thing too, like that we've got to understand. We can't be getting too crazily, too kind of crazily excited about hitting 10-point trades or things like that when the market is only offering smaller ranges, right? We had a 24-point range yesterday. I don't even think at all yesterday. Maybe if you bought the open, took it to the high, but there was a lot of back and forth and kind of choppiness yesterday. It would have been hard to sit through. Yeah, look for either a little bit of short covering here or a reoffer. If they get a reoffer, then we'll probably see back to the low. But if short covering takes us to 72, basically right where this high's at, 72 quarter, and then you see if there's a reoffer from there. You got that Globex low sitting at about 74. Globex low 73, 74. Yeah, 74. Yeah, 74 at Globex low. Took one off on the Nasdaq there, 290 quarter. One left. Looks like sellers are getting stuck, but it's choppy. Yeah, I mean, and it's such a tight range too. So like in low volatility, I think it's a lot harder for inexperienced traders to be successful because your entries have to be perfect. I mean, not perfect, but they've got to be a lot more accurate than they're probably used to with the higher volatility. So in that situation, you really gotta. I mean, you really gotta pick your entries. You can't really be what should we call it? You really can't be just kind of loosey goosey with it. Just like, oh well, I'll just slap this on, slap this on, slap this on. I flattened that Nasdaq. The last one at 92. Kind of pulled back on me there. So just the ES trade on now. Dow trade got taken out 3,400. That's all right. Still counts. I just want some 72. That's all I want. A little 72. Start peeling these off. We're gonna get it. Yeah, reoffer there 69. Came right into the offer up at 71 too, and then just got smacked. Now you got stuck buyers on 69 there. Yeah, responsive trades with tight stops. It's not a bad idea. It's just you just have to make sure the timing's right. You know what I mean? Like you just want to make sure that you're not Nasdaq's almost back to its open here. I might drag up the ES. The breadth on the ES is just terrible though. The thing that's kind of throwing me off here, right, is you see the unweighted way down, right? These smaller sectors getting beat up, but tech's gone back to green. Healthcare is looking pretty strong. Yeah, financials looks like shit, but consumer discretionary is kind of making up for the back end of that. It's giving me a tough time feeling the short side, right? Unless you're short from the open, which would have been beautiful short, but yesterday I traded from my phone while driving down to Philly. Um, it worked out great, to be honest. I didn't have a chance to adjust any of my positions, so once I put them on, they were on. And sometimes that's what you need. A lot of times, as traders, we tend to over manage most of our positions. A lot of it, I find. Um, for me, at least, I'm a over manager. Like I don't want to see this. Yeah, I was coming back down here, but the Nasdaq's still trying to come up. Tesla looks pretty strong, up 165. Right, that's $10 up where we talked about our target from that 155 it was at last week, and then Apple's up 169 as well. Actually, looks pretty good. Yeah. Decent offer came in on the low there, 67 or 60, was that 66.75? Kind of stuck down there now though. See that 500 lots get lifted by basically 350, and then yeah, Nasdaq's back above its open. Could have held the Nasdaq long. Just offers got stuck here, 68 half right there, 68.75. The buyers get stuck 69. Still just a 10-point range, and we're 10 minutes from news. Japanese yen's making a little comeback here. Offer stepping in here. Nasdaq's back below its open. Basically popped above the open, couldn't hold. Starting to see tech go back to red. You're starting to see the weighted AD make a lower low here. If the Nasdaq reverses, it will all crash. What's the definition of crash? I was thinking about this yesterday. Was how we use adjectives in society today, like you know, like some people use awesome. Oh, that was fucking awesome. Was it though? That was amazing. Was it amazing? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not taking the piss out of you, dope. I'm just saying, like, in general, I was just thinking about this yesterday. Yeah, going crash. Yeah, I mean, like, in reality, like, you still have all of these singles below, so you still have a bunch of trapped inventory short. That still would be tough for the market to kind of meander through or pull through. 3 minutes till news. Look at the breadth on the NICE and the um advanced decline as well. It's almost 5 to 1 here. Yeah, it looks like the sellers just keep moving down lower, lower, lower to continue to try to sell. We've just got to assume that there's just so much trapped short inventory that they're fighting against that. You know what I mean? Like they're fighting against that um the buying of old business. And really what they've got to do is they've got to stay steady on the pedal and continue to sell without letting a little short covering rally get sparked, because if a short covering rally does get sparked, that could be the little flame that kind of lights it under the ass, you know what I mean? And then everyone's like, oh shit, panic, and fucking they just run for the hills. A little bit of volatility here. Those factory orders and the Jolts job openings coming out. I didn't update my chart as far as zones for down here. Really, I just planned on buying this 65 and holding it for the rest of the day. But looks like we're gonna break it, so. Fucking time back here. Alright, I just added some zones real quick. What did you say just as you said that it got a pop? So they basically popped it right up, to half back or right up to that 70-ish level. I think what was the top of B period was 69.50, was it? 69.5. And then sold it off again. So basically, we're starting to identify a couple flip zones here. That 70 being one, and then that Globex low 74. So this area is probably going to be choppy, even if it does trade back up there. But there's some opportunities to offer it out of there if the market still continues to look weak, like it does. But above that, should we hold above 74, you're looking at that 80, and then possibly that 90, where we had that high gamma level up at 90. We have at least a decent flip zone identified here early on. Dow's making a new low here. Same with the ES, and then Nasdaq's still a little bit off of its low, but it's coming down here. Now you're seeing the Nasdaq breath go red. See the tick basically just holding below zero here. The breath is actually cooled 0.25 after that look down, but still not looking great. X gone back to red. Healthcare was up 0.69. It's come off of it quite a bit. Consumer discretionary as well. You see financials down over 1% now. You can see most of these sectors getting beat up pretty bad here now. And you're starting to see longs get stuck kind of over and over. Right? When you see weak spots like this in the profile, and then you look and you see, oh, there's a bid there, a little bit of a bid there. Right? You can assume that these people got stuck and they liquidated already. And we're back to I didn't really get to monitor the correlation yesterday, but we're kind of back to the ES and Dow correlating and the Nasdaq not not so much. I mean, everything's down, but the Nasdaq is actually still inside of yesterday's range. Didn't take the low of yesterday's range. Whereas the ES is much lower and the Dow as well. Yeah, the offers are just persistent here, and you keep getting, you keep getting buyers getting stuck and then giving up. So it looks like, what it looks like to me is it looks like a bunch of people trying to pick a low and then realize they're wrong, and then liquidating, and then trying to pick another low, realizing they're wrong, liquidating. Would you consider look above and fail on the daily? Yeah, I mean that's kind of like what we talked about this morning, right? Like they peaked above that. Yesterday's high was that 42.06 half. It was basically the same exact high as a previous day's high. Um, and then that's it. They couldn't even get back up into that gap. That 42.08 half is where that gap began, and they really couldn't even get back up in there. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here is like, as we come back down here, are we going to get acceptance, back inside this balance here, if we were to smash these days together here? um what I wanted to do, I mean, if you really smash these days together here, you can kind of see this balance. We kind of looked above it, or trading back into it, kind of like a check, like, okay, is this where the market, do we like the market at this level, or you know are they going to have to come down and take some of these singles and get some of these shake some of these shorts out of the market? And you see, like, overall, just so ugly. Just like comes up, liquidates, it's a little bit of failure there, liquidates into the close. A little bit of news driven liquidation here. As far as the jolts, I didn't see the numbers for them, but I'm assuming that they're not ideal. We're coming back to that previous settle here too, 53.75. And look at the advanced decline here. You've got, 1700 and 1500 here. We're basically just kind of slicing through this high volume area, right? This is a sign that the market wants to keep going to me. Starting to see some stops come out. A little bit of stuck shorts on the low right there. This is that 4150 was that high gamma level, so gotta be careful right here. If they can't smash through this 4150, you may get a little bit of a bounce. Yeah. Yeah, you have this high gamma level, 4150. May act as a little bit of support. We'll see. Nasdaq's going red as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean everything's back basically up to correlation here. As far as kind of what you would expect. Like Nasdaq's catching a little bit of a bounce. The Dow's on the low, ES on the low. Everything's pretty much on the low. The Nasdaq broke its previous day's low as well. Trading down about 39.40 right now. 58 was the low. Yep, there we go. Get the continuation. A little hesitation at the 50 like we thought, right? And then continued selling here. Not liking how these offers are kind of stacking up at the 53 though. Yeah, Nasdaq's caught a bounce right there too. So there's some offers stacking like 53, 52. So I'm saying like I don't really like how they weren't moving down. Here they go. Now they're trying to move a little bit lower. I'm not a huge fan of that. Them kind of not re-offering lower. They're just kind of stacking above, saying, "We'll sell you. Just come and get us real quick." Yeah, I agree. Thursday, yeah. And if you look around, I mean, you've got Amazon still green. Amazon's up, 1.7%. You've got Microsoft still green, up 0.2. Tesla's up 1% as well. The VIX is up 9%. We may be getting back to that bad news is bad news deal, where the market for a long time has been kind of like where it receives bad news and it's like, just go up anyways. Receives more bad news, just go up anyways. Um, Looking at the JOLTS report, 959. Expected was 9.77. Oh, it's for expected open positions. But there's less job openings than expected. And tomorrow, I mean, tomorrow's going to be kind of just wild, right? Tomorrow we've got the non-farm payroll, main, uh, composite PMI, services PMI, ISM manufacturing at 10, crude oil inventories, and then PAL at 2. We've got a jam-packed day tomorrow. Get some more buyers stuck there on 49. Next level down I have is 40. 40 to like 37. Pretty much re-offered that 50 pretty well, so. Basically, sellers here, they really don't want to see the market back above 53. That's where that big offer came in. You got a little bit of a liquidation. You can see here on the profile how thin it is, right? 6 contracts, 5 contracts trade on the ask right there. So real thin on that liquidation. So they didn't get a chance really to offer that level. So they wouldn't, sellers really wouldn't mind it coming back to that level so they can kind of fill this in, re-offer it from a nice price. I wouldn't mind that. But if it gets above that and flips, really, that's going to kind of start spooking out all these uh, momentum traders that are coming in here. Still seeing a pretty consistent offer, like all the way down. I mean, basically, like we said, well, I reset it. Oh no. Even yeah, from the open, look, you had one order that wasn't over 100, and then for the most part, you've got a steady offer completely moving down. Nasdaq coming back down to the low. Dow as well. Offer still piling in here. So we're already basically double, well, almost 33, about a day and a half of yesterday. We put in about 30% of the volume in the first 2 periods that we did all day yesterday. More liquidation. Sector boxes are just they're going red. Now you're starting to see the weighted AD catch up to the unweighted here. Now we're seeing liquidation. Yeah, true. We just bounced right off that equilibrium high. Surprise, surprise, 37.75. Got a little bit of a bounce right off of it. Pretty big buyers stepped in there at 40. Watch that level 40. See on the profile, look at, you get like 4,000 volume right here. Watch this level to get rebid. Maybe some opportunity right here. So notice how they rebid the level and just slice right through it. That's a big sign of weakness there, to me at least, right? It looks like they're bidding a little bit lower here, but with the amount of effort that they just put in this area, they really should try to ultimately hold this level, I think. And before now, bad news equals a landslide. Watch this 40 level. This is a dangerous level, I think, for both parties here. It almost kind of looks like buyers are trying to make their stand. You're getting a lot of, like Roach was saying, those people closing their eyes and pressing the sell button. You've got weak spots above, like you can see the liquidation that happened. We've got an 8 here on 41.75. You've got 43.75 to 43 quarter liquidation, and then also another weak spot, 45.75. See offers come down to kind of match here now, right? We saw some strong bidding here on the 40, and now you're starting to see some strong offerings try to come down. Coupons are fucking skying. We got 2 minutes until the period's over here. There goes the low. Nasdaq back at the low. Dow's making a new low as well. This level here, this 37.75-ish area, I'm not saying this exact 37.75 is going to be like the key, but it's definitely an area where we've seen on the bigger scale of things be, kind of an equilibrium or a place where price has been agreed upon. So I think it definitely does have some significance to it, just not like not to the tick, right? Obviously. Yeah, it does. Huge set of single prints here. They're huge, so Roach can understand. It's huge. That's how they say huge in the northeast Pennsylvania. That's a Y. YUGE. Trump style? Is that how Trump says it? Oh, when you say, yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I'm just sad that I fucking sold my short too early. I got long this morning, got stopped out, tried it again, got stopped out, and then I started shorting 62 half, um, and then closed 53, and then basically just been kind of sitting here. Cause I didn't really see a chance to get back in. I was hoping it would pop back up to that 53 to try to short again, but didn't really get a second chance to get back in. Pretty much didn't scratch. Yeah, that break through the 50 is a pretty pretty significant level. Yeah, take this thing all the way back down to 4100 and let people buy it again. That's really what they're hoping for. Yeah, oh yeah. Apple will have good earnings. Yeah, probably. I mean, they pretty much always do. Yeah, well, they just started their bank and they got like, like $1 billion worth of deposits in like the first 4 days. Pretty good, I feel like. And they're like they're like a liquid company, like they've got a lot of cash on hand, so sell some VIX calls. I bought some VIX calls yesterday. 17 May 2320 calls. Here, so this 10-year move it's nice, and the 5-year move. Wait for those to get to the right levels and then execute. Still getting kind of actually actually I'm back to break even on the yen trade. That's surprising. Up 52 62.50. That's funny. I was getting fucking beaten to death on it yesterday. Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Yeah. Like some shorts covering down here. Those 53 shorts. Smart ones, not the ones like me. Damn, that's so fucking annoying. Yeah. No, 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 no. That Nasdaq short's like a longer term short. No, the my short today on the ES, I got out just like way, way too early. Like fucking, and now it's like I have no choice but to just sit here. Thanks. I'm not alone. It always feels. I was gonna say it always feels good to suffer together. Yeah, especially lately. Like I really wasn't expecting that. I was expecting more of the volatility to be tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like we're double the range of yesterday, which is to me surprising. And honestly, I think if we get back inside the B range, like we're probably gonna go back to the 50. I think. Yeah, no, it is. It's frustrating to plan a trade and then micromanage it or like overmanage it. It's definitely an issue that I have. Like, or to plan the trade and then um not even to see it work out. At least better than losing on it, of course. But yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that happened up again at 40 as well, and then they popped it up a little bit from 40. Couldn't get back into the weak spot, so there's not really as many weak spots down here. You're seeing volume start to kind of build down here, like you did at the 40. You got some volume at 40, but there was no volume building like anywhere else besides the 40 for the most part. And we're already, we're 3 periods in. We're halfway through C period, and we're about 45% of the volume that we had yesterday today. So definitely a decent volume increase. And this is one of those days like, you're like, it can't just go down forever. It can't go down forever. But like, be smart because it can, right? It can continue, for the better part of the day. Oh, yeah. I think crypto still can come down to like 13,000. I think you range from like 13. I think 25,000 honestly is like where Bitcoin's gonna stay at. I do think there's like one more big upside in Bitcoin. Well, I think there's one more big upside in Bitcoin before it goes, kind of it'll go lower, and then if it turns out to not be a Ponzi scheme, it I think it probably balances around like 25,000. And then right, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's still a lot of people that are holding from like 30K. I know a couple people. Microsoft's green, Tesla's green. They must not have heard. Yeah, Bitcoin's green. Starting to become like a risk off kind of look. That's what I'm thinking, like 25K would be, 25K is basically where it's been like settling at for the most part. Yeah, maybe like, yeah, I think like 25K is like 25 to like 30K, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, volume's starting to lighten up a little bit here as well. You can kind of tell, right? We still haven't got that point of control shift. Not that it's had much time to get that, but there's a little bit of time here for that point of control to shift down. It just didn't. I'm not sure about that. I think that they did add it though. I thought Nope, you're up 40 points. Good shit, bro. You've been killing it this week and last week. Yeah, I'm hoping we get a little short covering rally to fade, but doesn't look like it's gonna happen. There's some opportunity here, I think. I mean, yeah, Tesla's just barely breaking its open right here. Yeah, you're not kidding, dope. Yeah, there's that crash. No, I was more or less just saying like the adjectives, because I mean in reality it's not a crash, right? We're 60 points down. Definitely a big move. I'm not going to take that away from you at all. But like a crash, you're talking like, I mean, You look back in like 2020 and like 2019, 2018, like there was some days where you're talking like fucking couple hundred points. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think that it's almost COVID was almost 3 years ago. Oh, yeah. I've seen a lot of stores with that. The plexiglass. Yeah, that is pretty. That's pretty germ freaky right there. Yeah, I agree, dope. Like we put all of this. If you imagine this is just accumulation, right? Um, get another failure here, kind of liquidate back down. A break of this that 40 40 30 is that 200 day, and that's lining up right with this gap that we still have. What did you say? 3,700. Let me look on the daily. Seven. Yeah, basically all where that balance low is at. Okay. So like, come on, zoom out, buddy. There we go. That 3,700 is basically like right here where you have, you know, I mean, basically like an accumulation pops up. This is kind of where the real buying started. We assume that, maybe short covering here, a little bit of overzealous buying takes us up to that first touch of that 37 after little accumulation, bids back up, can't hold it, moves back down to that same balance area, moves back up here, can't hold it, and then yeah, I mean that could be target here, this lower balance area. That's basically like kind of the last straw. A break of this area here would really, especially depending upon the velocity that it takes to get there, turn really turn the trend back down because it would make a lower low. For the most part, we still haven't made a higher high. We're just coiling over and over. Yeah. There's no. Yeah. No. I was just agreeing. Like, there's no point to try to pick the bottom. Like, if you're looking for that short covering rally, you're gonna have to see something get kind of flopped from resistance into support, or turn from resistance into support, or support You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to start to see some actual buying start to hold because every time we've got a pop, it's just been sold again and again and again. And there really hasn't been that many pops, to be honest. You're just like fucking yeah. You're like feeding the demon. Another large set of single prints here with D period starting to open up. Yeah, and dope. I wasn't trying to say like you're wrong or anything like that. No, I was just like kind of remembering something that I was thinking about the previous day, whereas like especially mostly with kids these days, to be honest with you, like kids are just like, this is awesome, this is amazing, that's like, and they just kind of more or less just kind of yeah, you know. I haven't heard that one. uh, yeah, oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah, I have to say that shit to my kids. It's like, it's just maybe all their friends and stuff the same way. Like my daughter will like make a 3-pointer and she'll be like, oh fucking like, but it's like, you see Steph Curry do that after he drains a three? No, he runs back and plays fucking defense. Now shut the fuck up and act like you've been there, you know? Getting back down into our VIB from that move up here. More liquidation coming in. Look at the tick, just holding strong. You can see the breath just continues to get just absolutely crushed. Only thing really holding the Nasdaq up right now, actually, Microsoft's on red. Amazon is the only thing that I really see green. Close the puts. Little decent rebound right there. 3109. Got some stuck shorts here on the 15 quarter. Watch this level here. I mean, we can assume that all of these shorts here are stuck too. That's kind of an unlucky look for most of those people that are short below. We need to sell it back down below this 15 to get kind of unlocked down here. There you go. Might be your chance here, Roach. They catch a little bid. They could run this thing back up to like 20. Maybe 21. Hello? Hey. So this is the first time we've really kind of seen this. You're seeing the market kind of above a thin spot here on the profile. See a lot of inventory come in here, a lot of inventory come in here. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, catching a little bit of a bid there. What's the 21 level? What's your target down here, Doped? Are you holding those for um into tomorrow? The bounce stopped you out. That's a good trade. Fucking solid trade. 50 points. Can't be mad at that. Morning, Nelson. And way to hold too. Fucking better than me. I bitched out early. Way too early. Decent offer trying to come back in here at 15. What were you saying earlier, Brooks? You were looking at like the 13 area? Decent offer comes in 17 right there. So offers is trying to trail a little bit higher here. I'd like to see it back below 15 though with a decent offer. They're selling the 15, but they keep getting kind of soaked up or upticked a little bit here on this 15. Offer moves down. There you go. Yep. And you're starting to see a little bit of struggling here from the sellers. They're definitely still offering though, and they're offering right basically right at this 15, 16 area. Just not being able to move it down as easily. There you go. That would make sense, trying to maybe like hold it lower to, fill the position. Here's an offer finally. I flattened that. I've been kind of fading off this 15. Probably should have held. I don't know what I'm doing today. Well, I guess it wasn't a bad idea after all. And close that yen position. So back up 50, and I'm going to close the Australian dollar position as well. Deal here, close before. There's a bid on 11 here. 11 half, 11. It showed up twice there now. No Tommy Roach. He's on holiday for the next couple. I think until the weekend. I think they call it holiday everywhere in the world except here. We call it vacation. What'd you say? Get out of my way, get out of my way. What? Oh, in Spanish, it's vacaciones. Vacation is what you go on. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like most people kind of fall into that trap, I think, especially like newer traders where they're so zoomed in into what's happening right now, like the day, and they're like, "Oh, it's down so much, it just can't keep going down." When in reality, I mean, it definitely can. Right. Exactly. Vacation is what you go on. Holiday is the off day, like Labor Day. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is here. Are you in the States, Doped? That bid showed back up on 11 again. Oh, Singapore? Okay, so in Singapore you guys don't call it holiday then? It's just like the the Germans, the French, and the English. You know what's funny too is I was thinking like or me and my wife were talking about it yesterday, like because they have a traveler at work and he's Russian, like Russian, and they had a Spanish speaking patient, and they're like, I don't think anybody speaks Spanish, and the Russian came over there and he's like, I speak Spanish, and he just like started speaking Spanish, and everyone's like, oh, what the fuck? But it's like in other countries besides here, you know, well, like they all learn, yeah, like multiple languages, like whatever their home language is plus another language, and a lot of times it's not just one, it's multiples. Well, I think it starts a lot younger because like here in the states we don't start learning. You don't even really get the option to start learning another language unless your parents put you in it until you're in high school. Whereas there I mean I don't know, but I imagine that they probably start learning it at a lot younger age. You learned English watching and reading American fiction. That's awesome. Fire just got stuck on a 13 there, so if they don't rebid this 11, we'll probably take the low. Sellers got stuck on 10.5 there. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's not. Yeah, it's Jonah Hill. It's not Seth Rogen. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's like a Seth Rogen mini. Yeah, yeah, that's a good movie. That War Dogs. Yeah, offers coming in pretty good here now. See if they can take the low. Yeah, 11. Third time's a charm here. See if they get it this time. What's that? I'll have to start paying attention to that. They're offering still lower now. There you go. Yeah. I'm using the TPO. Yeah. Yeah, the TPO. I mean, it gives you like just a. I mean, I think it adds value that you really can't pick up on anywhere else, right? Like it really it really tells you kind of what the market's trying to do and what the market is doing to for the most part. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to make you a better trader, but I think it does leave behind like a lot of breadcrumbs or like a lot of clues to help you, get in the right spot. And that's basically kind of what a lot of people are using the ICT, um, which is basically single prints for the most part. Yeah, and a lot of times too, like if you see those like single prints hold or kind of fail to hold, a lot of times that's what you'll get. You'll get that, um, you'll get that like it move in the other way, that continuation of the move in the opposite direction. I think, yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the key thing is like a lot of these. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, thanks. And like my the videos that we made like are for the most part pretty basic, but they give you like a lot of the stuff that you need. The key is just to continue on that path, right? Because you're not gonna you can learn all the definitions or the what should we call them, a lot of like the, I guess you just call it like the definitions, like kind of the exacts of the profile, but you're not gonna be able to pick up um all the nuances and like all the other things without kind of watching the TPO. And that's one thing that I really like about the TPO is that I think that it really does help you stay patient. A lot of times where, you know, where like maybe a bar chart could kind of get you into trouble or kind of make you a little bit more like jumpy, I guess, or more like, oh shit, I'm gonna miss it. I need to get in. Whereas if you're watching the profile, you can see like, okay, value's developing here. We have a selling tail, right? Now let's see if they close these single prints. That would show us that there may be a shift in auction, right? So like right now, basically what we're seeing, especially now that we're back above that 11, wasn't the best look. That I think that the market really needs, if it wants to continue the downside, it should hold below 11. Um, but it's kind of telling us if these single prints close, then we may be seeing a bit of change. Now we get this high here that's mechanical right off of this half back. If this were to hold, and we've got, we still got a little bit of time before the next period opens up, but if this were to hold, that would kind of give us a sign that, okay, maybe this bounce is just BS and they're starting to have, or shorter time frame traders are still kind of in control, or maybe they're taking over here. Um, and then it also lets you see, combined with the volume profile, of course, it also lets you see these distributions. Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing about these, yeah. Well, if the market's trending, it is pretty simple to follow because it really just confirms the trend. So the market starts to trend, this indicator confirms the trend, and then you stay in it because it's trending. And so you're like, oh well, I can stay in it because the market's trending. So I'm pretty much locked in, good to go. Um, whereas like the TPO is not really going to tell you that. Um, you're going to have to kind of decipher that by just understanding the profile. And that's why I think a lot of people give up on the profile. A lot of people will say, oh, the profile doesn't work. And the reason is because they, for the most part, probably don't understand it. But two, you get a lot of people that never give it a chance. Like, I think a lot of these things have their merit, right? And I think a lot of these things were originally designed to be traded on the daily chart because that's how most bigger money, institutional money, is trading. They're not really zooming in like we are here. Even a 30-minute period, they're really looking at the end of the day to see kind of how it's forming or to see like where's value at, right? Like today we definitely have value lower. Um, Even the Fibonacci's, right? I think the Fibonacci's definitely have merit, and I think if you put the Fibonacci's on a lot of things, you'll see that they do hold some weight. It's just that a lot of times I think they're too zoomed in to really kind of give that uh, to give what people are looking for, and it really just has. I mean, all kind of ties back with psychology, I think. Yeah, and then yeah, I agree, and it really comes in with your style too. Like if your style is trading, um, if your style is like trading quick moves, well then using things like the Fibonacci are probably just you know not for you. And then you also have to understand like the overall market context. That's really what the profile helps us do so much. And then also us zooming out on the monthly, the daily, monthly, weekly, and the daily to help us maintain our perspective. It really just lets us know like, okay, the dailies one time framing up, monthlies one time framing up, weeklies in a range. So we're seeing a little bit of mixed traders back and forth here on both sides of the spectrum, really. Um, and so like right here, let's see if we get a cessation of one time framing. We've been one time framing down since the start of the since the open, right? We basically just opened and got an offer straight down. The open was the high of the day, I think, one tick above it. Um, and so if we get a cessation of one time framing on a profile, right, we're thinking, okay, there's the first indication, right? The first market generated information that we have a shift in the auction, right? Not saying that it's going to just go back up to the high or anything like that. But what happens is when you get these people kind of too zoomed in, or a lot of times, certain things are kind of abused, right? Like if we were to see if we do add the RSI to this, right? Right, like this whole time, basically all the way from the high 4160, you had RSI below or oversold. I'm using quotations, you guys just can't see, but oversold pretty much this entire time. So if you're using something like this and you're like, oh well, you know, this is oversold, so I can buy it. It's really just more or less kind of um, looking for something to give you the signal instead of doing the work yourself, right? Not that the RSI is a useless tool. Like I really like the way TJ uses it because he uses it for divergence, and I think a lot of those indicators is originally what they're. Yeah, and I think that's probably the way to go about them. Like I used to use the CVD on when I was trading crypto a lot for divergence, but none of these things are going to work all by themselves. You know what I mean? Like everything is going to be one one data point. Right. Like, and you've really got to understand that. So like if everything is one data point, well, then that's how we've got to treat it, right? So let's say one of our data points here that we like to use is this 50 moving average on the 1 minute chart. We're above that. So there's your one bullish tick, right? Let's say cessation of one time framing. There's your second bullish tick, right? But our weighted AD 3 in a row, that's a bullish tick. I like that. Tick getting above 0. There's a fourth bullish tick, right? Sector boxes looks like absolute shit, but this is where it comes into your own trading, where you have to, more or less kind of decide, okay, what is going to tell me that the short is off, right? Because we like that. Well, I like this 26, 28 area for a reoffer if we get back up there. If we don't hold this 20 and we get back below and reoffer it there, I like it there. But what's telling me here not to fade this market when it gets up to this like 26, 28 levels where I have a zone, basically like right here, right? And so then you start looking around, and that comes back into your plan. That comes back into your overall, like your overall market perspective, everything. Like even like today, um, like Doped hit a 50 pointer today, right? If I had been doing my due diligence, I really had no reason to get out of my trade. I think he was in a better position than me. I got in lower, but I really had no business getting out of the trade. It was just my pure thought thinking, oh, today is not going to go much more than I just thought, I don't know if we're going to get back much more below the 50. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to flatten this out. You know, it's a bias. Yeah, exactly. And that's what's such. Oh, go ahead. I was just, I'm done. And I think a lot of times, especially on the internet, like you get people that show things in a vacuum as well. So like if you wanted me to design an algo to trade really well on 1 week, right, it's fairly easy, especially into backtesting, but designing something that works well for the last year is a completely different challenge, right? And there's a I always get these ads on YouTube. Where's this at? It's like, I think it's like called Trading Wars. What's this? Um, yeah, Trading Wars. They have 32,000 subscribers, and they're like a Fibonacci uh, freak. Um, but like, you know, if you draw enough levels, they're bound to work. You know what I mean? Like one of them's bound to work. If I draw 1,000 lines on my chart, one of them's gonna work. And so that's where I think everything kind of gets blown out of proportion. And that's why I love the TPO, because like the TPO really just tells you what's going on, right? And so now that we've got a cessation of one time framing, let's say if we were to draw a Fibonacci on the chart now, right? So we go from high to low. We just got a auction lower, and now we've seen auction step in. We've got good excess on the low. So we go here. Let's draw a tool. Fibonacci price retracement. I think it's this one. Yeah. So you figure if according to like the Fibonacci rules, right, there should be sellers here, and sellers here, right? Because that's a normal price retracement. The I think the trouble is, or sometimes can be, right, if this is the thing, as soon as people see this one data point, two data points, they're like, I'm buying it long, and it's going, these are my targets. And it's like, well, I mean, you're not really doing it. It's like taking the work out of it. You know what I mean? And not that you shouldn't be using tools to help you with shortcuts and stuff, right? The profile does that for us. But to just get so specific onto one level or one little detail, it's really just when you start to focus on this one data point, it can really just throw off your whole shebang. And then, you know, exactly. And if you figure 95 or 90% of the people out there are doing the wrong thing, and you see 95% of the people with a chart that, you know, looks like this, trend line, fucking wedge, fucking double X, you know, fucking green circle, like, you know, it's like, and then you look at like a bank's trading platform, and I don't even know if they can really draw trend lines. Damn, fucking didn't go up as high as I was looking for. That's annoying. Um, you know, like it's just, what are you doing at that point? You're really just kind of forcing things, you know, and it's like that's why I really like the profile so much, because it does, I mean, it gives you the opportunity to really be patient and to trade value. And so like, I mean, even just today, right? I'm sure there was tons of people. We saw it a lot more up here, down in the lower, you know, not too much, but all through here, we saw buyers trying to step in and then liquidate. They try to step in and they'd liquidate. So smart money, I think, was trying to buy here, realized that it, you know, the market was on a mission, and they just liquidated early, right? And then you got more people buying. We did catch a little bit of a bounce. What time was that at? Where'd you get stopped out, dope? Because that was like the only bounce. Well, that was basically at the low, right? That was during D period, right? You got a little bit of a bounce. Probably a lot of people started getting long here. You kind of see this distribution here, and then they run it back down. And then a lot of people that are, you know, buying here, and then got stopped out, are selling here, and that's that 11, I think, where the market seems to be kind of finding a bid. But with the profile, right, like to go back to my point is, if we have value here from yesterday and we're day trading here, so that's what people kind of lose sight of if they're long. Let's say they get long, let's say they get long here, right at this top of this distribution, or they get long here. When we start to lose in excess, right, that's got to be an endpoint, right? But it's not most of the time. Most of the time it's like, oh, let me move my stop a little bit lower and buy here, and then it comes down there, like, I'm gonna move my stop a little bit lower and I'll buy here, right? And what happens is, a lot of times, maybe it comes back and they're like, fucking genius, just had to fucking take 1,000 points of heat, but I finished today positive $500. That's awesome. But a lot of times this happens, and the same thing. We had short time frame traders getting short, right? Older business getting stopped out naturally, but they just got stuck all day, and they never got the retrace. And then the next day, they all got stopped out. And so with the profile, we can really kind of see, okay, value is up here. Even if you take these 2 days, these on this move up, here's our value box. We can see, I'd move this up a little bit. You get this distribution here. This is where most of the volume's at, a little bit up here. But that's kind of why I was liking that 70 to 65 area. And then as soon as we broke off of that, the target was a 50, 52. Like, it just made sense, because you couldn't hold this distribution, the value, right? And volume is confirmation. If we can't hold it, then the market is always trying to move to the value, right? The market's always in search of value, right? And so I'm like making hand signals, you guys can't even see, but like the market's always in search of value. And so where's the next value? The value is here. When the market sliced through that like butter, that's telling you, we've done enough business there. We don't really like that. So then we start looking, okay, where's the next set of value? A little bit down here, that 32. And then, like Roach was saying earlier, I think he said 13, or maybe he said 9 or something like that. But you see another little distribution block down here, and that's right. So if you're looking at a low volume node, right, even intraday, you want to be tracking them. But like right here, 24, there's that low volume node. Basically, market traded right up to it, didn't find buyers. And so what's happening there is, this is a spot where price is not agreed on. So it either has to kind of skip over it, and it's the same thing with high volume nodes. I know there's a lot of like talk of, high volume nodes, low volume nodes, support, resistance, blah blah blah. But in reality, you can't lose track of what's actually happening on the chart in front of us. And that's, like a key here, like, oh, we didn't hold this level. That should have been my sign. And I'm kind of like doing a review about my trading today, I guess. But that should have been my sign. Oh, I'm good to hold. Good to hold my short. Let's keep holding. Right. But when you get to a low volume node, and really in the bigger picture, and this is a 7-day profile, you like, well, for me, I would pretty much count this all as one distribution, one big distribution, right? And that's what Doped is talking about, on the bigger scheme or bigger scale. Imagine if this is accumulation, right? Imagine accumulation from a seller, right? You have a huge distribution up here. We spent all this time up here. The seller's just been accumulating. They go to dump it. Well, where are they going to dump it to? We could change this here. I guess it's a 30-day. This is a 30-day. My bad. But let's do 90 days. Let's see. I don't even know if there's that many on the chart. Yeah, there we go. And you can see the difference in the distributions, right? You see one large distribution here and another larger distribution here. So if you accumulate all this volume, or since we traded up into it, this was accumulation, and then we get distribution. And so what has to happen in order for the market to continue going up, in this case, since we've moved up off of the low, is buyers are going to have to step in. And where do they want to step in? They want to step in where price is valued, right? That's where, for the most part, you're going to see more transactions. And when you get this low volume node, I know it's a long route for me to get to your question, but when you see this low volume node, this is a price where buyers and sellers don't agree on value, right? Which is why when it came down here, it bounces up, because there's no one willing to sell at this level. Now we might trade through that and get down here, and then sellers say, oh, no, you know what, I like to sell that. And that's a common thing people kind of misunderstand, is like, well, if you don't want to sell a 70, why would you sell a 50? You know what I mean? For myself, for example, like this morning, I was buying, where's my first fill at? My first fill was long 69.75, right? And so, you think like, oh, well, why not? If you were just sold right there, you'd been fucking set. Well, for me, that wasn't really an opportunity to sell. I liked it, a little bit lower, underneath of the 60. And that's kind of the same situation. So when we run into these low volume areas, this is probably one of the most dangerous or most advantageous places to be trading. One second. It's one of the most risky and the most advantageous places to be trading, and it's what gets newer traders, I think, into more troubles, because let's say the market trades down here, they buy it, right? But instead of closing it when it gets back into this distribution, and you see acceptance of lower prices, they say, oh, it'll bounce here, oh, it'll bounce here, oh, it'll bounce here, it'll bounce here. And that's kind of what you get. I mean, that's kind of what caused this move up, is kind of that same thing. And that's why we got this gap, right? And so you get a price where, it's agreed upon price, and we gap over it, so kind of like we did today with that 50-ish level. And instead of sellers saying, you know what, I'm just gonna give up, they continued to kind of sell it, and they got squeezed up to the high. You see where we trade right back into that spot. No sellers moved down this time because they're buying it back, right? You have all of this over here. Who do you think's the buyer there? Not these guys, right? It's all of these people that are short here buying their position back here. Causes a squeeze up, and then stall out, and basically we're just trading back into this balance, or this distribution. And that's when we zoom in, right? Let's zoom in on just today. This back to I just know I can ramble, so I don't want to fucking ramble people's ears off. But like when we're looking at today, right, we can see, right, where do we have our widest parts of our profile, right? We've got 2 TPOs here, we've got 2 TPOs here, and then down here we've got 3 here, and then 3 here. Where's our volume at? So volume has moved lower, right? We didn't really get a confirmation of these lower prices until recently, when we've actually spent the time here. And typically time is gonna help bring volume naturally, because the more time you spend somewhere, typically that's more volume that you're gonna get. And so, oh, thanks, Jay. And so, like, as we kind of separate these, right? You separate these distributions volume wise, and they're not going to be perfect. Um, and that's the thing too. Like especially on the futures market, really like, or I mean, you see it on Twitter all the time. Like people are like, my this level held perfectly, and it's like that's you. Like you were the person soaking up all that inventory there, right? And you're posting on Twitter. I fucking doubt it. Um, it's just not like it. Calling things to the tick is just like, you get lucky, right? Babe Ruth pointed to the outfield and then smacked a home run, right? He's remembered for it. What if he fucking struck out? Or how many times did he do that he struck out, right? Nobody remembers that, right? I don't know. I don't know if he did or not, but like you've really got to be paying attention to those distributions and then kind of manage your risk off of that. And so if we're spending the time down here, we were one time framing down, we got a cessation of one time framing and more or less an outside bar here. Um, we took the low, ran into some responsive buying, and then took the high. Well, now you're thinking, okay, well, where's the trade? The trade, for the most part, is still stuck shorts. But the thing is, what happens? People are like, oh, it's going to go down. I'm going to short right here. And sometimes they're right. Sometimes we just break down straight from this, right? We get the volume coming down. But this is only one data point. And if you really just, focus and slow down, and that's what the TPO for me, or the market profile for me is, it helps me just slow down and take a breath and be like, okay, where is the next best trade? Where is a spot where I would think that, you know, continuation is going to happen in regardless of direction, you know, um, because if you remain directionally biased, it's going to eventually bite you in the ass, right? You've got a lot of people out there that are like, oh, it's going down, it's going down. Well, not every day it doesn't, right? And oh, it's going up, it's going up. Not every day it does. It's just a matter of the market, right? And so, like, when you get a move, you look at these distributions. Okay, well, if we're in this lower distribution here, there's a little bit of a smaller distribution here. It comes up here and gets rejected. Well, now I want to fade this distribution because it didn't like it. And where do you want to fade it to? Back into this distribution. Yeah, we can, try to catch a runner. And that's what I was kind of saying, like why Dope's trade this morning was so well executed, because you got a distribution here and there's really no volume. Little bit of a distribution here, which is where I bitched out, but not really. And then another distribution here, right, which would have been, even not really a distribution, just a lot of volume on one level. And I think that was just responsive buying, people that are short here buying their positions back. But if had I been paying attention, there would have been really no reason to close the trade. Even now, there's really had been no reason to close the trade. We do have excess. We got a cessation of one time framing, so now maybe you're looking, okay, well, now it's time to start looking for an exit. It's, how do I explain it? Like, it seems so simple, right? Especially when we talk about it, it's like, oh, this is just fucking distribution to distribution. But like, it comes back to the psychology piece and that execution piece, right? Like, the three things that I think that really make up a solid trader are psychology, execution, and your planning, or whatever you want to call that, your market analysis, right? Um, and so, like, if when you think about it in theory, you're like, oh, that's easy. Like, I'll just plan this, I'll execute this, and my psychology, fuck, I'm a genius. I already know. But it's really just not that easy, right? Um, simple, bigger picture, and it's so much easier to talk about a bigger picture, right? Like what we had talked about back here, where we saw that COT report, and we were saying if any downside move really fails, you can get long against the low. So I still think that smart money is probably long, and they're probably long against this low here. And until we get below that low, that's where I think the the fucking execution's gonna happen. But in reality, they're just kind of taking this as an opportunity to buy lower prices for the most part, because we really haven't moved out of the larger distribution, and that's what can get people into trouble. But if you're trading intraday like we are, right, and there's other ways to kind of help, right? Let's say you take this profile and you switch it to 5 minute, right? Now on a 5 minute, you've got excess with the 45-degree angle starting to form, right? You can't really see that on the 30 minute, but you also have value building lower. And so a lot of people, they're like, oh, 45-degree, boom, buy it. But that's just one data point, right? And yeah, it could work. It could work, right? And on the days it works, you're a genius. But the days where you get blinded by small things like that, nuances, single prints, weak highs, weak lows, like these definitions, and I'm using quotations again, these definitions in the profile or in anything, right? I haven't done a lot of studying of technical analysis, right? I know the basics. And what's that book that Steve was reading the other day? He in that book, I'm pretty sure it talks about how, or that author says that he thinks that people could learn the basics of technical analysis over the weekend. And I kind of I kind of agree with that, because to really learn the basics of it, it's like learning supply and demand, right? Oh, well, this was support, acted as support again. This was resistance, it acted as resistance again, right? A very nuanced thing that we see is that, oh, this high was exactly the same high as a previous week, right? I mean, it's just not as it when you explain it, it sounds elementary, but when you actually go for the execution portion of it, or the trading portion of it, it becomes a lot more nuanced, because there's not just the I'm going to buy here, is price going to go up or down. There's just it's just so much more complicated than that. Right. Right. And also, you really have to define yourself as a, like, I mean, really, for me, it all comes back to psychology. Like, if you're scalping, right? Like Roach, for the most part, is scalping. Um, and he knows that, and that's how he trades, right? And he's not getting bent out of shape when he gets long 1575. He takes it off at 1675, and it runs up to 30. You know, it's just, I mean, he does a little bit of different trading, when he jumps into the micros and builds the position with the micros. But when he's trading on the ES, he's really just scalping. And that's the thing, is like, if you're not planning these trades, and scalping is a little bit different, right? It's a lot quicker. Your journaling on scalping is more about yourself. How are you feeling? Are you trading the market in the right direction? Are you scalping the market in the right direction, or are you trying to force the trade? But if you're trading a little bit longer term, what's the goal here, right? What's your goal? Are you looking for, you know what are you looking for? Are you looking to trade from this distribution to that distribution? Well, and that's the case. People are like, oh, well, I can't have a 10-point stop. Let's say we're just using right now, for example. Well, I can't have a 10-point stop. Well, you're over leveraged, right? Because right now, if you wanted to get long, expecting it to trade into one of these higher distributions, or at least above the 24 into that upper distribution from there, that's what you have to have. Or you have to wait for it to come lower so you can get the right position. And if it doesn't come lower, then you have to sit out. And that's what most people don't have the opportunity, well, the intestinal fortitude, I guess, to do, is they don't have the ability to sit out. Discipline, right? Depending upon what their like goal is or what their style is, right? It's all situational dependent, and that's kind of why, like, I think with us trying to get into the minds of what larger money is doing, it really helps you maintain perspective, or at least try to get on the right track of, okay, what is smart money doing here? Are they getting long? Are they getting short? Are they just sitting out? Because that happens as well. And I mean, that's a big thing too. Like, people really don't think about that. Like, that when you trade, you have three options. And I hear it a lot of times. See you, dope. Have a good day, man. Um, a lot of times, like, you can do nothing, right? But you hear people, and like, as I mean, I've been doing this for a while, and I get a lot of messages like, "Hey, we're going up or down," and it's like, well, we could do none of that. We could just go nowhere. And the key thing also is, like, you ask, are we going up or down? What's what's your what's your goal here? And like you talked about on crypto, like leverage, right? Or even here, the ES's leverage is pretty fucking high, to be honest. Um, so sometimes it shits 2 points and like people are like crash, or sometimes it shits 100 points and people are like, just a pullback. It really is kind of situational dependent. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. Because if you trade or with 95% or 90% of the people that are unsuccessful, well, you can't really expect to be successful. You know what I mean? That's what's so nice about some of these, professional institutions like Axia or S&B Capital that are putting out videos on what their top traders are doing, and then you hear people like, "Oh, I'm not doing that." It's like, what? It's like all these kids that want to be Steph Curry, right? Because he's the best shooter in NBA history. And they're like, "Well, I'm just going to shoot threes all day." That's how Steph got good at shooting threes. And it's like, you're so focused on the execution piece of it that, you know all of the other things, like Steph's psychology is crazy strong. Steph's planning is crazy strong. His work ethic is crazy strong. This, I was talking to my wife about the other day, is like, you guys have all met somebody that says, "Oh, if I was 7 feet, I would have been a professional basketball player," right? But do you think that that's all it takes? And if you do, like, you're just fooling yourself. And two, like, the there is a certain natural ability that comes into it, right? And then in the market, it's pattern recognition. Some people have amazing pattern recognition. Like, my dad has amazing pattern recognition, better than mine, I think. Um, but if he didn't have the work ethic that he did, he wouldn't be successful. And that's the thing is like just because you're 7 feet, not every 7 foot person plays in the NBA. It's just not that's just not how it works. And then you really like dig into it. Like people always say, like Alabama college football could beat a professional sports team or professional an NFL team. And to me, I think to myself, not a fucking chance in hell. Because out of the starting roster on Alabama, how many of them go to the pros and how many of them go to the pros and actually start and play, right? And these are gifted people that have hard work ethic, right? If they're going to Alabama, it's a football school. They're, elite players, but what's the percentage of them that actually take it to the next level and become a professional? And when you see that, or when you start to understand that or comprehend that, that's how your psychology gets strong, where you can understand like, okay, do I think that Steph Curry every day before a game doesn't do XYZ? No. So what gives me the audacity to think that if I don't do XYZ, I can get on the computer and just trade and make money? Compete with professionals because I'm 7 feet tall. That's just fucking, it's psychotic, is what it is. And just like I said, if you guys have one of those friends who says, "Oh, I would have been pro if I was this tall," and you look at them in their life, you know, what's their life like? Are they one of those people who is like, a hard ass worker? Because without hard work, you're not gonna be you're not gonna be a professional. Like to think that, oh, these people are just naturally gifted or they're lucky, it's just it's a cop out, a psychological cop out, kind of just saying like, well, I would have done this if this didn't happen. And that's why you've got a lot of 7 feet people that don't make it to the NBA because they're just fucking not hard workers. Not that they're bad people. It's just that they're not dedicated to maybe they weren't interested in basketball, but you know, it's not one or the other in anything that's professional, and in trading it is professional. And so like if you don't have it, or you don't have the hard work to be able to put in, because I honestly really do believe that everyone can learn how to trade if they put in the work. But if you're not putting in that work and you're expecting success, it's just not going to happen. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, it's just I mean, it's one based on society today. Like that's just kind of how we work. But like it's just crazy to me to think like people think that people get into positions because of just one thing, right? Oh, well, he got to play basketball because he's 7 feet, right? Oh, he's the the head of JP Morgan because his brother is a fucking Rothschild or something like that. Like, that might have helped. But if you think that just because his brother was the CEO that he put him in that position, you're just giving yourself a way out. And that's it comes back to like, who are you competing against? You're just competing against yourself. Yeah. Right. But that's the thing is like you can work yourself into that position. And but people would rather say, well, he's just getting it because of this. And it's like, you're just, it's a bad, it's a bad psychological circle or like loop or vortex of terror. Right. And that goes back to like what you said, like people want it now. They don't want to do all the hard work. They don't want to sit on a desk and not trade for 6 months. They want to fucking trade and make money now because what we feel like now, and it's unfortunate because a lot of times as an adult, you really don't have the time because you've got to work, because you got to pay your bills. You don't have time to not make money now. And so it really does kind of force you. That's why it's hard to, kind of put in that kind of time or effort or things like that. But like, if you really if you really do put in the work and are still unsuccessful, I don't know. I just don't think there's really that many. I just don't think that really actually happens very often. It's like when people get locked in, right? Even the top people, right, suffer from lackadaisical effort. So it's like a Super Bowl champion, throws for 5,000 yards this season, and then next season he throws for like 2,500 and throws a million interceptions, has a bad season. It's like, well, what changed? Were you hitting the gym twice a day like you were last year? Were you fucking watching all the videos like you were last year? It becomes a sacrifice, and do you have the discipline to sacrifice other things in order to make this your goal? And and that's the thing I think is like people think that trading can be like working at the fucking Walmart, right? Where you can just kind of show up or and even the army, right? I'm not gonna shade away. There's people in the army that fucking anybody could do their job and fill their position. Anybody. Anybody that has a little bit of fucking effort and some physical fitness. Um, but like the top people in the army, they're there because they work hard and because they go the extra effort. They sacrifice all of these things. And what happens is, and you see it in the military all the time, like, oh, this guy just fucking makes sergeant first class because he knows somebody. Yeah, that might have been the reason, but I also put myself in the position to make it, right? It, and so if you're not putting yourself like a basic thing, right? Steph Curry makes open three pointers, right? Well, how does he get open? Because he's obviously being guarded. So he gets open off of the dribble, or he gets open off of a screen, or running around, or doing whatever he does to get open. But he gets open, and then he fucking drills it. There's not just one aspect of that, just shooting the ball. You're not going to be able to shoot the ball if you fucking are not open, because no one's going to pass it to you because you're not open. It's like, they say hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Well, professional is talent and hard work meeting together. Another failure in that weak spot right there. Sorry, go ahead. It's yeah, dude. I think we were talking about this last week. Like, one I was telling a story about one thing that helped me so much from a young age, and I really, truly at the time didn't understand it. But when I was a kid, I wanted to quit playing football because I wanted to hang out with girls and fucking smoke weed with my friends and cause trouble. And my dad was like, "Fuck no, you already started. You're finishing. Like, you can't quit." And as a kid, right, you're stupid. Most kids are dumb. Like 100% fucking just stupid. Right? Some of them are smart. Like, well, I got a little brother, Austin. He's like Rain Man. Right? He's older now, but he's been like Rain Man his whole fucking life. But like you're saying, like, and like they say in Atomic Habits, like floss that one tooth a day. Let's say you have a stomach ache, but you have a physical fitness goal. But you go to the gym. You don't do shit at the gym, but you went, right? So that a habit maintains. Right? Let's say you want to become a professional trader, right? Well, parts of becoming a professional trader, or maybe you don't want to become professional, but you want to stay retail, but you want to be profitable for an extra income. And some of the traits that you see online or doing your research are routine. What's the trader's routine? What do they do every morning, right? I fall back, because I studied under Jim Dalton, and that's the path that I take. So I zoom out and then zoom in and then plan and execute, right? And understand psychology is a huge piece of that. And so let's say you wake up, you're feeling a little sick, or you're just not feeling it today, and so you make your trade plan, but you don't really go into depth, right? Well, that's where the discipline comes in, right? And do you have the discipline to take yourself out of the game, right? Or to stop shooting the ball. Like they say, shooters always will shoot, right? Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing, right? But if you get the right shot, take the shot. And just because it doesn't go in doesn't mean it wasn't a good shot. That's another, like, a thing I've always bringing up about trades is a winning trade doesn't necessarily define a good trade, and a losing trade doesn't necessarily define a bad trade. I think I've had plenty of losing trades that were good trades, and I've had plenty of winning trades that were bad trades. Doesn't necessarily, like, one is not the same. And that's kind of in trading. People are only focused on results, like you're saying, like results, results, results. Okay, well, I don't want to pay attention to this guy because he doesn't fucking, he doesn't make $1 million a year, so he must not know shit. Well, you know what I mean? Like, well, you can't make $1 million a year before you make $100 a year, and if you can't make $100 a year if you're just, fucking have no idea what the fuck you're doing. I mean, I'd bet my fucking life that there's plenty of people that got rich during COVID or from COVID that thought that they were the best traders in the whole world, and they've probably lost a decent portion of the money that they made, be it crypto or the stock market. We all saw that video of that Dogecoin millionaire say, "I'm never selling," and fucking, you know, back to being just a regular person. Then, maybe long term he's right. Maybe, he just holds that Dogecoin forever and eventually it goes to fucking $100, and then he can tell everyone to suck it. And that's kind of his time scale. And, but people aren't really focused on long term. Like 2007, Michael Burry started, or 2006 really, Michael Burry started telling people that the market was going to crash because these subprime mortgages and shit. And you know, people are probably like, "You're a fucking idiot." He almost lost his business, right? He had to kind of lock down everyone's money and say, "You guys can't take your money out. I need it in order to pay for the fees against it, basically." But look, stuck true to his fucking thought process, and he's a winner. And for every person like that, there's probably a dozen in the opposite direction. And it really like has to do with understanding yourself. And I mean, I don't know how I would say it. It really does come back to psychology. Like without the psychology of understanding each position, because each position is going to have different psychology attached to it. And if you're not understanding yourself, like if you are an instant gratification person, you want to scalp, right? Get in the position. If it goes up 2 points, you're out. If it goes down 1 point, you're out. Right? That's it. That's what this kind of scalper's life. If you're more of a builder of positions and you want to get in a position and kind of hold it and wait and let it work, well, that's a different style. That's why there's so many like swing traders, day traders, long-term traders. You know, it's all encompassing, and that comes from identification of your personal psychology. What works for you is not necessarily going to work for everybody else. That's why like people are like, "Oh, well, what's your stop on this, or what's your target on this?" Right? The book a book I think it was the same book. Um there was a guy, author said he doesn't put targets, doesn't think about targets, right? He has his stop loss in place, and he lets the market dictate where he should get out. And that's, to me, that's identifiable with me, because it's kind of how I am like with a runner, right? You get a trade, you get your initial position, for me, and then I like to just let it run. Where's your target? Well, I'd like to see 34, right? But if we get to 28 and the market starts to find an offer and doesn't doesn't get up to 34, I'm not just going to hold the position back down to my open, because, well, my target's 34, so I'm holding it to 34. And I'm also not moving my stop loss up this whole time, trailing it, trailing it, trailing it. I'm just watching it and, executing based off of how I think the market should be executed. It's just, it really comes down to personal psychology. And that's one thing I think one of my friends was having such a difficult time understanding, is he thought we were competing against each other. And so every day he'd fucking be like, "Hey, this is my P&L today. What'd you do?" And it's like, well, what I did is not really important to you, you know? And I think it's important to be accountable, but like to be accountable P&L wise is means nothing. Yeah. Ask my dad. Yeah. That's a fact. And like I truly believe that just because a trade is profitable does not mean it was a good trade. And just because a trade was a loser doesn't mean it was a bad trade. And there's really like, if you have the ability to kind of decipher that, or or internalize that, then that's a huge step. And then, another step, understanding that you're just competing against yourself. Like I said, like the 1080, the video game back in the day, you go on a track and you get a record, and then the next time you go on the track, you're competing against your ghost self. Are you better than you were yesterday? Right? And that takes a lot of things. It takes discipline. It takes fucking intestinal fortitude. It takes knowledge. It takes hard work. You know, these are things that there's there's just no there's just no way around them, right? Unfortunately, right? And it would be ideal, like if there was. Who wouldn't love a fucking easy way, easy button, right? I know I would. Exactly. And if it existed, then there wouldn't be a need for it because everyone would have it. Yeah, it's like that email I read the other day that I got. Like, hey, are you a lazy piece of shit and don't want to do any work but just want to make money? Well, I've got the best thing for you here. Come here. It's like, well, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing listening to me? Let's all download this thing and fucking be rich. If the market was easy, then everyone would do it. Exactly. I that resonates with me 100%. That's like a lot of the people, especially a lot of the people from even from the army, really, like friends from the army, or just, I don't know if we really call them friends, but acquaintances from the army will ask, like, oh, what do you do these days? And I'm like, oh, I work for a prop firm up in New York City called T3 Solutions. And they're like, oh, so you gamble on the stock market? And I'm like, no. But oh, hang on one second, my son's calling. So that was quick. Oh, here he is. Hello? Hey, buddy. Good. Bye. But like, they really just kind of don't understand it or kind of don't comprehend it, or they're just more or less like, ah, you know, yeah. And it really just comes back to psychology too, because those are the same people that when you're successful at something, they try to one tell you a different way to do it. Like, oh, I'm doing it this way. This is the way I'm successful at it. They're like, no, 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 you should do it this way. And then you're like, well, are you successful at it? And they're like, no, but this is the best way to do it. And it's like, okay, well, you don't fucking know. But and then second, they're like, yeah, I would fucking, but I'm just too busy. And it's like, you think I'm fucking not busy? You know what I mean? Like, do you think for a second that I just have all this fucking free time in the whole world to just do nothing? Right? My work schedule gets interrupted every single day at 2 p.m. because I got to pick up my kids from school. You know what I mean? It's like I have kids and they all play fucking sports. Yeah. Or the same people that you tell them what to do to become successful And then they're still like, well, was the market going up or down? And it's like, and then you're wrong, and then you get blamed, and you're like, well, I told you, you trust me enough to take this trade, right? And then they judge you completely off of the one trade. What is the one trade, a winner or is it a loser? If it's a winner, well then, you know, they think you're a genius. If it's a loser, they just think that you're a fucking idiot and you're just gambling. But all of the other things that you've been telling these people to do, they're like, eh. So trust me enough to follow me on the trades that I take, but don't trust me enough to listen when I say that you have to journal. You have to journal. Have to journal. Say it like all the fucking time. If you want to understand the profile, then you have to read the books. Have to. Not oh, I'll listen to Brad read them, or I'll fucking listen to them. Right? You have to read them. It's just that's just how it works. Like I wish it was easier. It's just not. But those are the same type of people, and as you start to become more successful, you get to that point where you start to, you start to realize some people need to be left behind, and not for the reason because, oh, I'm better than them. It's because if I want to continue to get better, then I need to remove myself from this. Right? Yeah. And it's like, for me, like, I like to surround myself with hard workers, people that are willing to put in the legwork or willing to put in the fucking elbow grease that it takes to be successful, regardless of what it's at. And it shows in my everyday life, right? Look at my fucking kids. Look at my wife. She just won that fucking Daisy Award, right? Some people might be like, oh, it's fucking nothing, blah, blah, blah. But, do they have it? Right? Like when I got the expert field medical badge, the percentage of people that have that in the military is extremely low comparatively. And then when you do get it, right, the medics are like, oh, it's not combat, so it doesn't mean shit. And then other people are like, that shit's fucking gay anyways. I wouldn't even want it. Like, well, yeah, because you don't fucking have it. It really wasn't that hard, to be honest with you. It wasn't. For me, it wasn't. Because I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to waste 2 weeks of my fucking life living outside in the rain, eating dog shit to not get this thing. Like, it's just not, that's not the person that I am. I don't like to waste my time. Yeah. Like when you go through an interview for anything, your accolades are nice, right? Positions that you've held before, they're nice. Things that you've done before are nice. But in reality, they want someone who's gonna continue. Right? Oh, you win this thing, but are you gonna continue to be this person that it took to get that? You know what I mean? And a lot of people can get to X with natural talent, but are they going to get to Y and Z? Right? A lot of people are, you know, uh, county champions. A lot of people are district champions. A lot of people even, well, not really a lot of people, but there's a good amount of people that are state champions, right? And it's like I said with college football, a lot of people play college football at a high level, right? But not a lot of people play professional football. Not because they're not good, right? Maybe not even because they didn't work hard enough, but just because the level of competition when you get to that it's that high. And that trading, that this is the only sport, quotations again, you guys can't see, but it's the only sport where you can walk on the court with Steph Curry and be like, yo, let's go, bitch, 1-on-1. Right? And he's gonna shoot your fucking lights out. You're not even gonna touch the ball. Like it's the only thing. And so like when you get like a kind of a false confidence or a misconception of just really kind of how easy it is. And I mean it happens to me all the time. People, when I tell people what I do for a living, they're like, okay. Okay. Like, they're just fucking, they're like, yeah, whatever. Most of them just like because most of them just can't comprehend it, or even when you see the back end of it, when you're buying things with the cash that you made from trading, when you're buying a house or you're buying a car, you're not struggling anymore. They're like, look, right, not understanding the fucking thousands of hours that get put in to learn a craft or a skill, right? Like anybody can trade. It's that easy. Anybody can do it, right? Can you be successful for 1 month? Can you be successful for 2 months? Can you be successful for a year? Plenty of people have, right? But the no, everything. I'm not talking about just trading. I'm talking about everything in life. If you don't continue to grow or push yourself or put in the work that it took to get to that spot, how can you expect to continue to perform at a high level? Because for every one person that is in first place, every person underneath of him is trying to get every advantage or do everything that they can to get that top spot. And in trading, it's not, or in most things, it's not just like the number one person. It's everything, right? It's like let's say you got on a football team, you have like 65 people, right? For those 65 people, how many people do you think are fucking in the off season putting everything that they've got in to get your spot? Probably a lot. And it's with every aspect of life. And comes back to the habit thing. Like, if you think that, oh, well, I did it, I'm number one, so I'm just gonna kick back and I pretty much know what I'm doing. But technology changes. you know Fucking being an electrician isn't the same as it used to be 10 years ago, right? Your body's not the same as it used to be 10 years ago if you're a construction worker, right? So maybe, I need these fucking footings dug and I need them dug fast. And the quality that you provide isn't worth the time that it takes when I can have this young 18-year-old who's fucking locked in on testosterone digging holes in fucking matter of seconds. Nice trade going here. Well, it doesn't take one bad piece of advice, because I think you're gonna get bad pieces of advice pretty much your entire life. The key thing is like, if you have a good solid understanding on yourself, you really do have the ability to kind of, how do you say it, like compress that data or use it to your advantage, right? Because I mean, I think you're just going to get bad advice pretty much all the time. That's what everyone, like Javi's saying, is like, that's how you say it, right, Javi? Yeah, it's like, yeah or no? It's okay. I want to make sure I say it right. I don't want to fuck it up. Um, but like, you know, it, you're gonna you're gonna be getting that advice, like, oh, you tell people that you trade for a living, and they immediately write you off, and then they're like, yo, you should check this out. And then you're like, okay, right? But you know what to do with that information, right? You might not be the person like, oh, you're a fucking idiot, but you know what to do. Will you act on it? Right? That's different. It's like, let's say you are, this is a huge thing with me, right? I always think that there's something to learn from everybody. Always. Even fucking dumb people. Even just fucking, worthless humans. I think there's a lesson to be learned from everybody. And so if you don't believe that, right, and the lesson might be to not do what they say. But if you're closed minded and as soon as you think someone's an idiot, you just can't listen to anything that they say, so you write them off completely. Right? Well, maybe they have 1,000 bad ideas and one good idea, but if you're not listening, you're not going to hear that one good idea. And I always think that there's a possibility to learn from everybody. And I used to instill that in the army. Like, people are like, oh, I'm a better medic than this guy. Like, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean that all his ideas are stupid, right? Most of them are, or might be, but he might have a fucking Rain Man idea. But if you're not listening or you don't take any heed of what people say because you're just closed minded, that's where you start to become complacent. Like, well, I know everything. I don't need to listen to anyone. I'm the smartest person in the whole world. Well, are you though? Like you gotta like. I mean, for me, I'm always questioning myself. Always like, did I do the right thing? Um, yeah, yeah. Reading your journal, like, there's it's a lot of work. It's like, oh, I journaled. Well, if you don't look back at it, might as well not journal. But it all has its part, and it really is just on you. And if you want to be successful, the only person that's going to make that happen is you. Yeah, you can have some opportunities that help, right? Are you naturally gifted at uh meeting people, right? Doing the the fucking networking. Are you natural gifted networker? If you are, well then you want to be able to put yourself in the situation to meet the right people in order to do that networking. And if you don't, and you just sit there and expect it to happen or try to will it into existence without action, it's not going to happen. That's why I love that Jocko quote. He's saying like motivation is only going to take you so far. Discipline is really what's going to get you there. Because motivation's not always going to be there. Same thing with like if you guys read David Goggins' book, which is a good book. If you're not really into swearing, you might not like it. But if you're here, you should be used to swearing because to me they're just words. You know, and it's like I'm not motivated to get on this stream every day. Some days I feel like not doing shit. Some days I don't even feel like turning my computer on. Some days I feel like texting James, be like, you know what, fuck trading today. Let's just play the game. Right? But I know because this is my profession that I gotta at least get on it and watch. Don't necessarily have to trade, right? Which is something that if some of you guys are just hearing this for the first time, is something maybe you should write down. You don't have to trade. Just because you're on your trading platform doesn't necessarily mean you have to place a trade. But you can't be expected to grow or understand what's going on with the market if you're not really watching. That's why I kind of think that this Apple banking thing is not necessarily the best idea, because this is not a company that, I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but the way that I think about it is if you're offering people 4% ish on their money, and you just got $1 billion worth of deposits, so you're going to pay 4% of that. Basically, what you're charging your traders or money managers that work for you now because you become a bank is that you're charging them with making returns over that 4%. So you're taking that money in, right? You're giving the 4% back, but you need to make at least 4% in order to be able to provide that. So if you're not doing that, it's going to cause issues. And that's whether these banks kind of run out of money or mismanage money. Unfortunately, because the regulations on banks are sometimes just not tight enough for people, gamble the money instead. And sometimes they're a genius and sometimes they're not. Um, but it's a tough task, I think, to go from being basically like the top, phone tech, whatever Apple is considered. Everybody wants to have an iPhone, and if like you get a text and it's a green text, you're like, ugh, the fuck, who's this poor motherfucker, right? um the stigma. But it's like, what are they good at? They're good at making phones. They're good at keeping everybody wanting their products. Are they good traders? Did they hire the right people in order to capitalize on this 4% or whatever it is? I don't know. Maybe. Right? I'd like to think so because they're fucking, pretty damn smart. So I would think that the people that go search for hiring and the people that they're going to hire in order to invest this money are going to be smart. Yeah, motivation won't wake you up at 5 a.m. Damn fucking straight it won't. It's like we were saying the other day, like how many times when you're in the shower before you're going to bed, do you get that feeling? A little bit of Brad Prince here, guys. So you're getting a little bit of trapped short inventory down here around the 20. So look to see if if they offer it back down in there. If they can't get it back down in there, then I suspect that we probably trade back up to that 28 level. Is where I'm looking for. Um, but like, it's you're getting the shower, you're fucking getting ready for tomorrow. You're like, I'm gonna eat fucking healthy, blah 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 blah. And then the next day you wake up and you're like, fuck, I'm so tired. I don't want to get out of bed. Fucking, I'll just do it tomorrow. Well, yeah, tomorrow. Like, it's always tomorrow. Everything's always tomorrow. That's what I was saying. Like with the reading, people are like, I just don't have time to read. You don't have time to read one fucking page a day. Hard to do road work at 4 a.m. when you're sleeping on silk sheets. Yeah, like, and the only thing that's going to get you there is discipline. And what's going to provide that? Well, that's another thing that's tricky about trading is like, if you're non-profitable, which most people are for an extended period of time in trading, what the motivation is not the money. So you've got to find the motivation somewhere else or the reason somewhere else. Because most of the time people get out of work at 4 a.m. to go do fucking construction because they make money. Right? And in most jobs, in most jobs, and fuck, this is why I always say anyone could do a lot of the jobs in the army. You get paid just to show up. Right place, right time, right uniform. That's not just the military. That's all the places. You go to McDonald's and you make everyone's burgers shitty. You still make your fucking $12.50 an hour, whatever it is, right? Now, if you make those burgers shitty over and over and start racking up complaints and shit like that, well, maybe you don't keep that job forever. But that's the thing with trading is like, you're not necessarily going to be getting those paychecks every single day just because you showed up to work. And you know that could be a deterrent. It could be motivation. it could provide the discipline that you need for it to happen. It's all up to you. And full circle. Who are you competing against? Just yourself. That's it. To try, yeah, yeah, because they want to be better. And to me, that's just like I don't understand it. Because when you get evaluated in things like it would be like it would be like um you go to for an interview to become the manager. Careful here, guys. We might want to take some off here. I'm watching this 24 level. I don't really want to see it get back below 24. Um, if you go to compete against somebody to become the manager of the store, let's say, and you know their weaknesses, and then you just only improve yourself on their weaknesses. Like, oh, I'm better at them than this. I'm better at them than this. I'm better at them than this. I should get the job. And you're doing yourself a disservice because you're just so focused on somebody else that you're really not focused on, okay, well, what am I not good at? And what if I improve the things that I'm not good at and it makes me better at those things? You know what I mean? Like it's easy to say, a lot harder to do. Nice, you're almost long from the exact same spot that I'm long from. 1475. I got long 1275. That's a nice trade. But there's been no reason to get out. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, as soon as it failed to really hold below that 11 is when I started to get in. I actually had that trade go up and come back almost all the way down to my entry. the data. I'll be right back. I flattened that long, Stacy. I mean, it might keep going though, but this was kind of where I was looking for it. We're kind of seeing a little bit of offering showing up. You're good as long as you stay above 22, honestly. I probably closed early like a little bitch, I'm sure. Yeah, for sure. Still seeing bids step up here too. That's not bad at all. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like that's really what it's about. It's about it's not about being right. People are so focused on being right. Like, oh, I'm right, fucking right, and it's nice to be right, right? And like we joke in our group chat, like called it, and that's normal. Like, oh, we called it. Yeah, fucking yeah, exactly. Anything, yeah, yeah, called it. Yeah, and it feels good, right? But the 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 real thing to take away is like you're improving. That's the real thing is like the improvement behind it. Yeah, I'd rather make money than be right. fucking every day. Me too. Always be learning. Yeah, like always be learning. That's why like I never I never like I might discount the teachings of certain people, but like the just because of their like misunderstood version of the like when I first started teaching the TPO, right? I had already been read the books and been trading, and all of a sudden, fucking every crypto trader on YouTube was teaching the TPO, right? One of the main ones, everyone's favorite one, not Market Cipher, but the other favorite was took up my class and then just started teaching it right away. And like I have grown a little bit in the sense where I've grown a little bit colder as far as I care a little bit less about everybody. Um because it was taking too much of my time. But when it was first happening, I was mad. Not because it's like, oh, this guy's fucking stealing people from me, because I honestly don't give a fuck about that. It was that the information was bad and it was going to hurt people. And to me, that's malicious. And I just don't, that's just not something I get down with. It just doesn't, it purposely being malicious is different than hurting people unintentionally, maybe. Right. And to me, like, that's like a, it's like going to the gym and your personal trainer is a fat piece of shit. He's like, let me show you how to bench press. Let me show you how to get in shape. Like, I don't want you. Like right now, my doctor put me on. I have a meeting with the dietitian, right? But like all the dietitians that I looked at, none of them look like what I want to look like, and so they might have all the textbook answers, but they don't have any of the execution, and that's no good for me. I don't want. That's just not. What's the point in that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to learn how to shoot a basketball from fucking average Joe who dominates the fucking YMCA every week. Yeah, he might be good, but I want to, I, I want to learn how to shoot the ball from someone who's fucking done it. And yeah, you gotta start somewhere. I get it, but when you're, when you read a book and then go teach it as a practical exercise without implementing it into your own life and understanding, okay, does this shit that I just read actually work? You're that's just one is just stupid on both fronts. Like, what are we doing here? Like fucking. Oh well, I read the Fibonacci book, Fibonacci's work. I'll go teach everybody Fibonacci's. I've never used them. I don't use them. Like, you know what I mean? Like that would just be crazy for me to try to sit here and teach you guys a class about Fibonacci. It's like, would people tune in? Probably. If you look on fucking YouTube, type in Fibonacci, there's like a million views on every video because it takes the work out of shit. It's like, fucking do a pair of Nikes make you better at basketball? Probably not, but they might help if you're already good. It's like, it's just crazy. Just world's crazy. And you really, unfortunately have to, get to that kind of point where you're just like cold. You can't, when you realize you're competing against yourself, that has to be your only worry. Like if I'm in here, we're in the trade room together, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm looking to get long on the ES. I don't think it's gonna hurt my feelings if you're like, I'm looking to get short. If anything, it's gonna help me because I'm gonna be like, oh shit, I need to fucking, what am I doing? What's he seeing that I'm not seeing? That's a whole goal for me about this trade room is for us to share our ideas. And I mean, honestly, fucking when Doped this morning was kind of piping up saying there could be a nice little crash here, and I challenged him on his idea, and he stuck to his guns. Like it really made me think, like, you know what, fuck, I need to zoom out a little bit. Maybe I'm not seeing this thing straight. And the people that can't get challenged are those are the weak people. People that can't take a challenge, or the people that are like, you know, they can't see a perspective from a different angle. Those are weak people. And you don't need those people in your life. And you gotta be cold, unfortunately. But that's fucking, you know, what do they call that? Survival of the fittest. Exactly. I mean, look at MC Hammer is a perfect example. You know, he got rich and famous and kept all of his boys on the payroll, and his next album didn't produce, and he was underwater. All of his shit got fucking auctioned off. Like he landed on the fucking Park Place, and someone had a hotel. Maybe you get tractor beamed up into that 40 here. Well, then we zoom out, we see the profile really looks like a B shape. So it really just indicates liquidation. And then we look at the volume. Remember, early on, we were about during C period, we were about 40% of the ways into the previous day's volume, or the 5 day average volume. And now it's, what are we, 2.5 hours out, and we're only about 85%. So volume has, you know, steadily been decreasing since about 11:45. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, when the market opens, you lose your opinion so you don't lose your shirt. That's smart. It's good to track what your opinion is, though. I think. Like I always write down like before the market opens in my bullish or in my. I just use looking for longs or looking for shorts off the open, but I think it's good to track your bias because then you can see like if, let's say you go into the day with a long bias. Well, did you trade like shit today because you had a long bias to start the day? That can be something that you need to track. That I think should be tracked. All right, I gotta go get Curtis. You guys want the stream on still, or you guys good? Leave it on. Yeah, yeah, no problem. I'll catch you guys in a bit. Yeah, no problem. I'll be back. Be back in a little bit. What are you looking for? Did you take off some of the position or no? Trying to see if there's like any news kind of leading. That was a while ago too. Well, 1300 your time, you mean? Yeah, J period is usually a reversal for sure. And you're getting that sell off basically right off of the half back for the most part. Pretty close. Is this third? Plus, yeah, good call. Plus VWAP plus HBM. Yeah, that's a good point. And that equilibrium, that 37. So there's a lot of confluence right there around that 40 area. And 40 was the area really where we saw like a strong offer this morning, or your first sign kind of liquidation really start to happen. Yeah, 511. Mm-hmm. You have a weak spot at 34 half, it looks like, on the volume profile. Right here, see that? Yeah, so maybe the longs liquidated from that spot, so that'd be a spot to just to be aware of, I guess, on this way back up. And you figure what we talked about, like how the that 40 is where we kind of assumed that liquidation really started happening after that move lower. Um, if they liquidate from there, come back into that area, it's another spot to liquidate from, right? You don't necessarily want to be, um, offering lower if you can sell it higher. It makes sense. We bet 95% of the volume from yesterday or from Friday or 5 day. No. Yeah, I'm probably doing it for the day. Well, you never know. Like, depends. It just depends. Like, if I have time. Like, if another trade sets up right here within the next 30 minutes, then maybe. But like right now, like I could qualify a trade here from this 28. I like this 28 level. We have a distribution here. We have a distribution here. We kind of had this look down into this weak volume spot and a fail. So now if we start to see buyers step up, which we haven't seen yet, but if we start to see buyers step up and no reoffer here on the 30, then I think there's a nice long here back up to that 40 area. Um, so I mean there's like a possibility of it setting up here. The only thing is I don't know if I'm gonna have time really to uh to watch, to be honest. This is just the AD. The weighted is this bar. This is the unweighted. The unweighted is at like negative. Yeah, I just have this kind of zoomed up, zoomed in. Doesn't this number on the right side is irrelevant? No, it just shows the advanced decline. It shows this number here, negative 230. Like if I, yeah, like if I zoom it back in, negative 227, negative 227, 2027. but the scale of it doesn't match up really. I'm not sure, to be honest, like why. I just know that that's a lot of times when you see it. I don't even know if I'd call it. I mean, it doesn't necessarily. It's just something like really to kind of watch out for. And if you figure J periods right around 2 o'clock afternoon time, people they're pretty much done with the positions that they've put on. So as far as like making new positions or putting on new positions, they're pretty so they're pretty much done with it. So um yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't want to give you a bad answer. I don't really know. But I know that's a lot of people. Oh, go ahead, sorry. Right. It it's something that I've seen, and then kind of just if we see it enough, pretty much true. Yeah, it's context depending for sure. Yeah, definitely something to make you maintain awareness for sure. See you, bro. See you guys. Yeah, it held the 28 pretty nice, actually. Yeah, go ahead. Not paying attention. Yeah, it looks. I mean, it looks like it might. Looks like you might get. I mean, just watch this 40 area. If it gets above that 40 area, probably starts getting drawn back towards that 52. I'm not sure. Yeah, looks like it. Oh shit, I gotta go. I'll be back. All right, guys. I think we'll wrap it up here today. All right, it's about to close anyways. Did you take another one? It depends on what product you're trading, but on the ES, it's so liquid that most of the time, yeah, like maybe a tick difference you might see, but for the most part, yeah, you're not going to see much difference on the live account. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, yeah. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful day. Like, make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan, and I see you all tomorrow.